Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Greetings. Greetings, everyone. I know no one's here yet, but maybe you're watching this later and you're putting it on and you're trying to work and you want some background audio. So here it is, background audio for your drawing pleasure. We are started. I don't think there's anyone in the chat yet, but that's okay. I'm going to try and keep going with stream of consciousness talk. While I work today, we're going to go from 12 p.m. GMT to 6 p.m. So, what is that? 6 hour stream, right? 6? We're going to go for a good chunk of time. We'll take breaks amidst that time. Let's see here. Oops. And we'll try and keep that going. The breaks will be simple. I'm going to have to walk my dog at a certain point, and then I'm going to need to grab like drink, beverage at a certain point. Of course, restroom breaks as usual. Greetings. Your hair's a little wet. Take a shower. Oops. Oh, you don't see me yet. Let me, I'm trying to adjust my camera positioning. I think if I put it here, it will be, okay, there we go. For some reason, the screen is off-centered. I don't know why. I don't know how to fix that. Let me try that. It doesn't do anything. It's like, it's off-centered for some reason on the output. So I don't know what to do there, but it should be fine once I turn on the whatchamacallit, the computer stuff. Okay, but yeah, so not sure why it's off-centered. We'll figure that out later. Let's switch over to the other screen. We're gonna go for sidecar display. Okay. Switch. I gotta increase the size of this quite a bit. Transition. Smooth transition. Okay. That is transition. It really bugs me that it's off-centered. Oh, maybe that was it. Hold on. There we go. Now it's centered. Okay, now that we got that fixed, whew, that was just bothering me so much. Greetings. Let's do some intros. My name is Miguel Coronado. I'm or Miguel Coronado, either one. But I go by Mike online, Mike086. You can find me on Instagram, on Discord. I'm on TikTok. But I'm an illustrator and concept artist. I've been working in the video game industry for 10 years. And I've been doing illustration for about, I don't know, 12 years? I guess about at least 12, 13 years? Since 2013, I've been doing illustration. And so I'm a professional illustrator, concept artist. I used to stream all the time on here. I got busy. I started I'm from Texas originally, from Austin, Texas. And I was there for basically all my life. I was there, and then I moved to LA in 2015, and I was there for 8 years, and now I'm here in London. And I live here in London. It'll be about 2 years in June. 2 years in June. So I now live in London. That's my new home. And yeah, that's everything you got to know about me. To stream today, we're going to be working on several things. I got to turn on my NDI real quick, so I'm going to keep everything muted on the screen because I don't want y'all to see what my iPad shows you. Okay, it's broadcasting. Oh, there it is. That's weird. I thought I turned that off. Oh, okay. This one was on. Let me turn that off. Okay. It's okay. There's nothing to show right there anyway. We're going to Procreate. We're going to close that. We need to do the call-in drawing for today. That's the first thing we have to do. So let me just turn on NDI capture. There it is. I guess it's NDI capture. NDI. What is this? Yeah, because that does nothing. NDI capture. Colin and the Weirdos. It's my daily webcomic. I do one every day. I try to as best I can. I do one every day. So the first thing we're going to work on today is Colin and the Weirdos. I'm not going to have music on the stream because I don't want to be flagged for putting on the wrong kind of tunes. So what I'm going to do is put music on my glasses and listen to music on my glasses while I work. My glasses are kind of dirty. My parents got me these last year. My parents got me these last year. They're these Meta AI glasses, which they're cool because they work as headphones and they got a camera in them. But I turned off all the AI shit because it's like pointless. You're supposed to be able to use the AI on your glasses, like ask it questions and stuff. But it's like, when have you ever needed that? If I have a question, I'll Google it. Or just, you know what, I'll just remain unaware of the answer as you do. I just realized I haven't linked my stream on the socials yet. Come on, super smudged. Okay, there we go. Okay. Is the other one smudged? Still has some smudges. Sorry, I'm just like killing time doing this real quick, but I have to have a clear view of the screen. This wipe just barely works. Might need a glasses spray. Okay, I think this is as clear as I'm gonna get. Okay. So I'm gonna have music on these glasses while I work, and I'll be talking stream of consciousness, keep y'all entertained. Sunday fun stream. Let me oh man, that delay is huge. Huge delay. That's crazy. Interesting. Massive delay. I wonder how to fix that. Huh. Anyway. Let's see. I'm gonna share the stream real quick. Let's see. We're going to YouTube. We got my stream. Sunday fun stream. Copy link. Here we go. We're Streaming live. I normally do this. Earlier, but I just haven't yet. I'm kind of like I slept in, and then I had to run. Like I literally ran to go get my dog's food. I ran like a mile, and got his food. Came back, and then I ate the quickest lunch possible. It was just this leftover noodle soup. I slurped it down real quick. Looks like there was a shooting in Austin. It's scary. We're streaming. I guess I gotta take a picture. Let's see. I guess we'll do this. This one was a repeat, so I'm just gonna kill this text here. Clear, and then we're just gonna write in. Streaming. There we go. Of course, the camera. I hate this. The phone. The iPhone camera, like it'll switch between the lenses kind of randomly, and then it just ruins your shot. Some music. MF Doom. Okay. Finally, we got to post on, I don't know, what, TikTok? I don't think there's anyone on TikTok I need to post for. Okay. The stream is going. We need to work on the call-in post. So the theme for the call-in post, the call-in comic for the last week or so has been that Sam is training to run an ultra marathon, and so Sam is running nonstop. He's just running, and he wants to eat food, but he can't because he's hungry, or because he's running. Ooh, it's hot. So, we need to think of the next thing for Sam. This was kind of a cop-out image. He was, I did an animation. Can I show that? Hold on. Let me show the animation real quick. Okay. NDI source. This is the animation, so I did this animation the other day, and that was fun. But that was just like one day. There was a lot of work for just one day. I mean, it wasn't that much work, but like, it's a little bit tedious to do animation. So we gotta think of something today. So I think today we'll do a 4-panel. He's been running. Like there's this one where Where is this? No, not that one. Starting tomorrow, training for ultra marathon. Shouldn't you start with like a 5K? Colin, don't be ridiculous. I'm not ready for 5,000 miles. Lots of people online didn't get that joke because they don't understand it. I don't know why they didn't get the joke. It's a funny joke, but it's like they're like, but 5 kilometers is only this, and I was like, you don't understand the expression 5K. Like I made 5K money. Everyone would understand that's $5,000. Anyway, how far did you run? I ran so far away. This is just a silly one. They're all silly. This is the one who's carb loading. This one is just focusing on a burger. For every mile I need to run, eat a lasagna. So I don't really know. This is how it works every day for me. I have no real idea of what I'm going to do for this comic. I have a loose storyline sometimes. Like in this case, Sam is training for an ultra marathon, so it'll do something with the ultra marathon. Maybe it'll be Sam talking to Colin, saying like, "Do you want to join me on a run?" And Colin will be like, "No, thank you." I don't like to run unless my life depends on it. Maybe something like that. Something like that. I don't know. See, just is how I brainstorm it out. I just kind of think through the whole thing. Or it could be Sam running. My wife was running to the train. She's going to a D&D session today. So she's playing D&D all day, basically. And I'm here, going to be working on stuff. Oh, man. What should I do for this? Sam is running. What do runners do? Runners eat. They drink water. They stretch. Maybe he's stretching. Yeah, maybe he's just stretching. This isn't. I mean, this can be a real simple comic. It doesn't have to be like the funniest thing in the world. It's mainly a practice of me doing something every day, and also keeping up the practice of doing like a little bit of visual storytelling. So I get a little bit of practice each day, just telling, what can I say in 4 panels? Like that's the maximum I've got, 4 panels. So how can I tell a story in 4 panels? And sometimes I break it up as a 4-panel setup. I've got a 3-panel setup, a different 3-panel setup, and the single panel setup. I don't do 2-panel because I guess I could do 2-panel, but that 2-panel it's really just a setup and a payoff. But the 4-panel, I think it's a nicer beat because it starts off with an intro, middle point, secondary thing, and then like the punchline. The 3-panel ones are good because it's just setup thing and then punchline. It's like kind of ends on the punchline. This one will be Sam stretching, so we'll start off by drawing in Sam stretching. This is his head, this is his body, and he's going to be maybe he's like stretching like this. And then he's got his eyes. Thank you, Jerry. Thank you. My dog is. We've trained my dog. We're training him to not freak out as much when he hears noises outside. So you might hear him go fucking crazy. But in order to train them to not be so freaked out, is you basically acknowledge their barking. So in this case, I say thank you. Thank you, Jordy. You acknowledge the barking. You acknowledge that there's something that they're trying to get your attention to, and then they calm down because they basically get the acknowledgement that because they're trying to get your attention. They're trying to alert you to something dangerous. So thanking the dog is the best way to get them to calm down faster. I think the mouth should look more interesting than that. More distorted, like. And this eye needs to be. Okay, so he's at one stretch, he's sitting down, stretching. And then, second stretch, he's like. His chest comes forward more. Hands on his back. This is that, what is that, calf stretch? And then I might cheat his face towards the camera. I know it's really quiet, there's no music going on, but I'll put music on for myself. Like I said, let's put on some just chill tunes in the background. And by chill tunes, I mean chill tunes for me. I'm gonna just put on some Aphex Twin. Aphex Twin, selected ambient works. Shuffle it up. Okay. I just need music while I work, you know, like if I'm streaming especially, like I need the music while I stream because there's often dead areas like this where nobody is in the chat, and if I don't have the music on, it's really hard to like commit. So the music's key for me, and I really don't like the royalty free shit. It just doesn't sound good, and I'd rather sit in silence than put royalty free music on. I know Dan Warren puts on like video game playthroughs. I could do that. I could put on a video game playthrough, but it's just that I don't have as much attachment to some of the games that everyone else does. So yeah, that's the one thing about doing the video game playthroughs is that lots of the video games I didn't really play myself, and so like watching them in the background is like, I don't know, it's just kind of like annoying. It's like hearing someone, it's basically someone just playing some game in the background and I'm like trying to work. Music helps me focus more. Music helps me focus, and normally if I'm not streaming, I'm listening to like podcasts or like chats. I've been recently working on this board game contract for basically the past few months, like since November. And when I do the weekend work, this month I've been super busy because it's the last month. Everything's due basically Monday. I'm in a good spot. That's how I could afford to do the stream today, is that I'm pretty much done. I just need to do one more tile and a few more books, but I can do all that like tonight and Monday in the morning. And then the rest of Monday I'm going to finish like organizing my files for my art director. So that's kind of where that's at. And I worked on the weekends when I work, like this whole month. I knew I needed like a long format audio to like work and focus on the illustrations I was doing, and so I started re-listening to old Crimson Dagger chats from like 2013. They're super like of their time, right? It was like before AI, before we were like even on Facebook. Like the Facebook fad kind of came and went since then. No one's really on Facebook anymore. But I've been re-listening to those old streams. It's just kind of like a long format audio to listen to, and they've been really cool. It's been cool hearing back on like how far Dave and Dan have come, and then like when I think back when I first heard those videos, like where I was in my career, basically starting out. Like I was like trying to figure out rates still. I still feel like I have trouble with rates, only because I haven't been freelancing full time most of my career. I've been in studio, so I don't really know freelancing rates the way other artists do. I know like like salaries, like studio salaries. I know what you should be paid for doing like concept art in a studio, but that's really different from a freelancer's illustration rates for like marketing and commercial work. So I still have trouble quoting for gigs sometimes because I don't know. I have no idea what kind of budget they should be shooting for. I guess my problem is that I don't think about just my own rates personally and just stick to those. I'm thinking about like what does their budget look like, and that's not really a concern for me. It shouldn't be a concern. Okay, so one stretch, two stretch, three stretch. What's the third stretch? Calf stretch. I'm trying to think of like stretches that look good on for like a full body stretch. Maybe just his arms above his head or something. And I'm going to make him face the other way. But yeah, I've been really listening to the old Crimson Dagger videos. They've been really good to kind of like. It's also good to just hear like some of the stuff that they're talking about because I'm much further along in my career now, and I can see where they describe being in the middle of your career, and like because I've been in studio for so long, I kind of skipped that part. I didn't really have like a middle. I started getting salaried work, which it's a big load off if you're an artist to get salaried work instead of doing just job to job, contract to contract. So that whole middle for me wasn't really a thing, It was like if anything, I'm kind of in the middle now, like, because I started doing freelance, when was it? I guess last year. I started doing freelance again in 2022. I was trying to do freelance up until 2020. Then I stopped. I basically stopped doing any freelance, and I focused on just my work, my day job. And then I think it was 2022, someone reached out to me about doing work for a D&D book. And I was like, yeah, I guess I could do that. And so I worked with them on this D&D book. And I still work with them. They're a client of mine that I regularly work with. And they're called Sector M Games. So I do work for Sector M Games. I art direct for them and I illustrate for them. But I only just recently started doing freelance again. Seriously, I guess not last year. Yeah, it must have been last year. Last year I started really going for it and trying to get more freelance gigs within reason, because I still have my day job. So I've been trying to do enough freelance gigs within reason to kind of like bring in extra income and just give me more practice and force me to draw more and like deliver more. Just be a little more prolific in my output. So I did a lot of that. I started a lot of that just a year ago, so it's been a year of me kind of figuring out again, like what are the rates like. Because I have a day job, because I had a day job, I was able to take on lower paid freelance gigs and just like have fun with them. But I'm now at a point where like the time those gigs take up is more important to me than the money. So like if I'm going to lose time working on a freelance gig, it should pay me a good amount of money. That's kind of like where I'm at now. So there's a couple clients I have that I'm going to continue working with them for a long time just because I like working with them, and I help them art direct and stuff, and it's fun. So there's a couple clients like that I work with, and then the other clients I work with, I'm just going to try and do like major gigs, like as high pay as I can get, and it's gonna include me having to like reformat my portfolio, like get new work done. I gotta get new work done in order to attract the higher paid gigs. So as soon as I'm done with these board game jobs I'm on, I'm gonna focus on updating my portfolio in a substantial way so I can attract more higher paid gigs. I don't want to work for anything less than like, I think I don't want to work less for 1,500, and that's not high. That's like, that's kind of like low to medium still. But like, I don't want to like have to pick up my pen unless I'm getting paid like 1,500 for something, and I want to transition my work from doing a bunch of assets in one job to doing one illustration for more money. That's kind of what I want to transition to. So I want to do like single illustrations for much more money, and that'll be kind of where I wanted my career to go with my illustration work at least. And then with my video game work, I'm going to continue working at my studio. That's fine. There's an opportunity here in the UK. I might try a new studio out, but I'm in no rush to leave the studio I'm in. So, but my illustration work, I am wanting to upgrade the kind of work I'm getting, and the only way for me to do that is to produce some higher quality illustrations that take me more time to do. So yeah, that's kind of where that's at. I gotta think of another stretch for him. He's doing kind of like the splits. He's doing the lunge. He's doing the full body stretch. This last one needs to be kind of funny. It needs to be like silly. Trying to think. He can take off his head. That's one of the jokes in the comic. He could take off his head, but he doesn't do that often. Maybe he's doing that thing in yoga where your like chin's on the ground and your legs are like curled up around you from behind you. Hold on. my dog lay down the bed because he's looking pitiful here. Okay, he was just looking sad. I'll have to take him for a walk at one point in a few hours. Okay, so this is Sam's latest pose. He's going to be... something like this. He's kind of chubby, so I'm trying to draw it where it looks like maybe like that. But yeah, in terms of my freelance stuff, I'm trying to go for single images, higher pay. But there's some other opportunities coming up. There are some like more mid-tier opportunities. There's this like cafe here in London that does their own like D&D world, and they'll need some illustration work, so I'll probably be able to like do some illustration work for them. And I still will take on board game work. I'm probably not gonna say no to more board game work as long as it's a decent pay. Because the thing about the board game work is it's just a ton of work. It's not normally like a whatchamacallit, like a casual, like, oh, well, you're doing like 4 images or like 1 image. It's always like, you're doing 25 of these and then you gotta do like 90 of those. And it's just so much work. And it's like, the amount of work is crazy. And like, sometimes the budgets are okay, but they're still not top tier rates. When you break it down, the total amount of work with the rate you're getting paid, it's like, is it really enough? Like, but I like my clients, so that's the other thing. I still do like my clients, so it would be different. If the rates would be much different for me if I wasn't working full time. Because if you're not working full time, you have basically 40 hours a week to get this job done. So like the amount of time the job takes up isn't nearly as much as it does when you're working outside of work. So for me, I think like that's one of the annoying parts for me is that I work full time at a studio still. So like any job I do, it's always going to be weekends and nights to accomplish it. So that's one of the reasons I'm trying to get a better pay involved, because it's more of an incentive for me to like lose my free time. It's like, how much do I want to get paid to not have free time? That's basically the question I'm asking myself, which is a privileged question, I understand, because lots of freelancers, they just need to work, like it's what they got to do. Like they need to bring in the money to make money, to make a living. And that's just where I'm at. It's like, it's all extra money for me because my day job provides for me. So like all the extra money coming in, it's just like, it's just great. But yeah. So this is the comic. It's Sam doing stretches. Hey Cody. My morning is good. It's about 12 here. I was slept in, and then I ran and got, what did I do? I ran and got dog food. We only feed our dog raw turkey and whitefish. So I had to go to the pet store and pick up the turkey and whitefish nuggets that he eats. They got vegetables in there too, but but yeah, that's what he eats every day. He loves it. How you doing, Cody? I'll be streaming till 6 p.m. here, so we're here for a good 6 hours. About 6 hours, right? 12 to 1, 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to 4, 4 to 5, 5 to 6. Yeah, 6 hours. We're in it for the long haul today. I'm doing a bunch of odd jobs today. I was just talking about my freelance experience, and like the work I do, and my goals. Like my goals being that I'm trying to get freelance jobs that pay me more for a single image than jobs that pay me a lot of money to do like a ton of images. Like I'm trying to minimize those jobs and maximize the single image jobs. But that won't really happen until I create new portfolio work. I'll need to create new portfolio work, and then that'll be how I accomplish that goal. And I still have a whole nother like board game I have to do. It's not a board game, but like it's a card game. I gotta do a card game, and I'll need to finish that job first before I start working on my own portfolio stuff. Also, I did notice that the stream is it's very laggy on. Hold on a quick. Stream. Stream has a huge delay. Stream's got a huge delay, so that's just going to be super annoying for trying to chat with people. But yeah, as I was saying, freelance gigs, that's kind of what I was talking about. And then, yeah, for you, Cody, if you're joining me, this is my daily comic I do this every day. So I'm getting through the daily comic first, then I got to do some stickers for a podcast that I kind of do some work for. And we'll do like 2 stickers, and then I'm going to work on some freelance fantasy painting thing. That's the other thing. With the freelance, I'm going to do, like, if people want me to do fantasy, like going forward after, like, unless it's a major client, if people want me to do fantasy, they're just going to need to pay me extra, because I'm just sick of doing fantasy. Like, I'm so done doing fantasy. And that's the other thing. My new portfolio pieces need to be like horror related, or sci-fi, and I don't really have anything like that in my portfolio anyways. I understand that that's lacking, but I'm going to be focusing on horror and sci-fi for the foreseeable future in my personal work. Because I'm just so sick of fantasy. Yeah, it's just the main thing. Everyone wants to do fantasy. Everyone wants to do elves, wizards, and European fantasy. And then, like, the argument would be, well, why don't you do your own thing? Why don't you do your own fantasy? I just want to do fantasy. I'm tired of fantasy. I have a fantasy world that I thought of that I could work on, but then I keep asking myself, like, do we need another fantasy world right now? Does it need to be another like escapist world where you're like, oh, there's elves and there's dwarves and orcs, and or there's the elf-like creatures, even though they're not called elves, they're something else. And oh, I forgot his mouth. But yeah, trying to minimize fantasy and minimize multi-asset jobs unless I'm getting a good paycheck out of it. The multi-asset jobs just they eat up so much time. If I'm gonna lose all that free time, I need to like really. Well, the money needs to be good. That's really the only thing about it. If the money's good, then yeah, I'll do it. But like, um, it needs to be like a minimum amount that I can't. A high minimum that I can't go below. How you doing, Cody? You're probably not going to hear this. You're not going to hear me talking for another 2 minutes. So eventually, you can respond with how you're doing. I put my tea in this thermos mug to keep it warm longer, but it's like still way too hot. We're doing tea now. After I walk my dog, I might switch to coffee. But I'll need to make the coffee. So there'll be a coffee break midway through the stream. Coffee break where I have to walk my dog, make coffee. And then I'll do a cocktail break at one point, and I'll make a little cocktail. That'll be as it gets later in the day, probably around 4 or 5. I always like having a glass of absinthe while I stream. It's just a nice little way to cap off the day. So these Colin and the Weirdo drawings, they're all colored the same way. Everything about this comic is made for like efficiency, because normally I get this stuff done really fast. So like if I weren't talking right now, I would probably speed through this and I would have already been done, because I just focus on getting the lines done real quick, and then I lay in the flats and then lay in the shadows, and then it's done. So normally it would take me less time to do this, but I've been like talking nonstop since I started the stream. That's the one thing I feel like, for me, something that lots of artists that stream don't do is like they don't think about making like entertaining content out of the stream. They think about just streaming the artwork for the sake of showing off what they're doing. But in order to really connect with your audience, I feel like you need to talk more. If you're trying to build an audience, and I mean, not everyone's trying to do that, but for me, I wouldn't mind it if I had a little bit of an audience that I could like chat with. And I used to have more of an audience on Twitch, but I feel like everyone that's doing like art seriously is on YouTube now. They're not really on Twitch anymore. That seems to be the trend with at least the artists in the circles that I follow. YouTube seems to be the trend now. Also, it saves your streams on the channel, so doing a stream becomes instant like uploads for your channel, instead of having to record a video and edit the video and like edit the video, upload the video and stuff. Like you just stream it and it becomes a video on your channel and people can go watch it. And it's a nicer situation because on like Twitch, they eventually delete the videos, right? So that's kind of the downside to Twitch. My wife streams on Twitch because that's where like all the gaming stuff is. Like I don't think there's any serious YouTube streamers that are doing video games. If there are, like, they're not nearly as big as like the Twitch streamers. But yeah. So YouTube seems to be the place to go, and I mean it's where I go when I want to listen to like a stream and like hear a lot more like communication and talking, because lots of the art streamers on Twitch, like one thing I also notice is they just don't talk. Like they'll just have some kind of music on, which I don't know how they have the music on because you get flagged for putting on music, but they'll have music on and they'll just be quietly drawing, and there'll be people in the chat just kind of like maybe casually talking, maybe not talking at all, but it's a different vibe. I like more the stream of consciousness talking. I like being able to like hear what the artist is thinking and get an insight into who they are, get insight into like the kind of person they are, the kind of like work they do, what they're into and stuff. So that's kind of where I'm coming from. Like, how can I provide that for other people? Because I know other people are like me that want that kind of like background audio content to listen to. So yeah, I'm trying to provide that for people. So hopefully by the time this is done, you'll see like a big. I just realized I should delete some videos on my hard drive. Let me do that real quick because I don't want this video. This video is gonna be like a 6-hour video, and I don't want it to be like. Eating at my hard drive. I got all these videos from work. Yeah, I got all these videos from work that are like. Yeah, there's way too many of them. What, October. From 2004. I don't think we need any things from 2004. We're going to delete 2004, and then I think we can delete 2005. Yeah, 2005. We'll kill all of 2005. Okay. Great. I just killed like, I don't know, gigs of data. I just don't want this stream to like fuck up my computer. Empty bin. Yeah, that was like 300 items, 300 videos. Those are all from work, all my day job stuff. Like, they're not important. They're like, they're kind of like little update videos because I was in charge of doing like animatics for work for about a year. So there was a lot of videos I had to save out and export almost daily. It was like a daily array of videos from the past couple of years. And I don't need them anymore because I'm not doing those videos, and they're all those videos are like submitted to whatchamacallit. They're all submitted online already, so it's not like I need them on my hard drive. Okay, we're almost done with this. and then we'll switch over to something more something more interesting for people to watch, because I know these little drawings aren't like, they aren't the most what would you call it, like technically interesting to watch. So we'll move on to some more interesting drawings. Oops. We gotta switch that. Okay. There's Sam posing. We'll share this JPEG with myself. Oops. There we go. Okay. Saved out. Let me I need to minimize the NDI because I need to switch my files now, and I don't want to show all y'all the secret juice. We need to do stickers for Push the Roll podcast. Stickers for Push the Roll, and we're going to do that now. Push the roll. Oh, I'm on the server. Hold on. I was going to notify the people on the Push the Roll server that I'm streaming, because they might have an interest in watching me do the stickers. Let me do that real quick. So bear with me real quick. I'm just going to click a link. Okay, this should be, I gotta check my email. I'm just logging in for the Push the Roll stuff. Discord, verify. That's not the right one. Fuck. What's my other? Let me do it this way. I need to scan a QR code. There we go. I'm in. Okay. I need to share the stream. Oh, it's not a delay. Oh, weird. YouTube is so stupid. Man, really, it is. I thought it was delayed, but my video is like behind. Rules. Self-promotion. Okay, we're going to do a self-promotion channel. must complete a few more steps before I talk. Okay. I'm streaming artwork from now until 6 p.m. GMT. Feel free to join. Join and ask questions or comment on the next two stickers. What's the things go down the drain? I think they're ahead on the spoiler. I do stickers for this podcast called Push the Roll. My wife is in some of the episodes. She's one of the regular cast that comes on. Stuff is supposed to go down the drains, right? Okay. Promotion. We'll see if anyone joins, if anyone's interested. I just wanted to let people know. Okay. Back into the work. Okay. So I need to do sticker. Normally they're square. Normally they're square. We'll do 4x4. Okay, let's move the oops. NDI source. Transition it back in. Okay, we're back. It's an actual drawing now. I did the Colin drawing. I guess I should post it, just because if I don't post it now, I'm going to forget. So I'll keep talking and vamping for time. Let's see. So I post on Blue Sky every day. I post... where is my drawing? I didn't send it to myself. I post to Blue Sky every day, and then I post to Instagram, and I post to TikTok. TikTok audience is by far the most engaged audience, and like, you know, I'm all the people that follow me on TikTok only follow me because of the Daily Comic, and that was kind of the reason I wanted to go to TikTok. Was I wanted like a proving ground that like people enjoyed the comic without knowing me, because there's nothing else about me on except for my profile. It tells you who I am, but like there's nothing else about the illustration that I do on TikTok for people to see. It's just the comic. So TikTok was an important proving ground for me doing the comic because it helps show me like that people actually think it's fun and entertaining. They like the characters. You know, and it's a small audience, literally like about almost 400 people. But it's 400 people that really enjoy the comic or the drawings, right? So that's something that I like to keep. I like to keep that growing tightly with just the comic. I don't really want to show off my other illustration work because it's not relevant to them. They don't really care about my other illustration work. They just care about the comic. Oops, I forgot to do. Okay, so Blue Sky, there's like no engagement. Nobody ever says anything. Only like a few of my actual friends repost my artwork, and that's fine. I'm not like asking people to do that. But in terms of like engagement on the profile, like no one really does anything on Blue Sky. I post the comic, no one seems to care. So I think there's a different kind of engagement you have to do for Blue Sky. Instagram, again, sometimes my friends or family will comment. Rarely do I get a new person commenting or sharing or anything like that. Like, it's very much not a thing on Instagram. So yeah, it's that's how I've noticed. And TikTok is very much the place that gets the most engagement, the most views from people. I gotta pick a song. I'll push MF Doom. But yeah, and then even on TikTok, I could do more. I could do more. I could do more engagement by figuring out more popular songs and like following the trends that are going on. Like everyone's talking about that monkey punch, which is really cute and really sad little story about a monkey. But I really don't want to draw that damn monkey in my comic. I don't really give a shit about that monkey that much. I mean, the story is sad, or like, you know, but it's like I don't want to comment on like every event that happens because that's not what the comic's about. It's not about me doing it's not about me doing current events and like memes. It's about me posting up what I think is like fun and just silly ideas from my head with my own characters. I always use this one song, but anyway. Okay. There we go. Shared, done. Now let's get to drawing. Let's actually get to some motherfucking drawing. Okay. Push the roll. Okay, so Butterfly Factory. That was the last podcast that I'm behind on. I need to do a sticker for Butterfly Factory. So in the show, they go to this like warehouse art studio called the Butterfly Factory. They are given psychedelic drugs. They are given one person orders absinthe, and then the other people order glasses of milk. I think that was funny. That would have been funny maybe to just do the drinks as like, but that might not be interesting enough for stickers. But I think it's funny, like thing to do. Would be like just draw the drinks. So yeah, there's the drinks. She turns into like this flesh angel thing, and then one of the characters shoots himself in the head. So I don't think I'm gonna draw the guy shooting himself in the head. Although I really want to draw that. Although I think that would be really intense. I don't think people are gonna want to put a sticker of a man killing himself on their like laptop. So I'm not gonna draw that. But yeah, that was one of the things that happened in it. Let's just see here. I'm gonna go to the show real quick. Butterfly Factory. I'm gonna go and get the transcript from the show. Okay, here we go. Oh, there is no transcript coming soon. Okay. No transcript. Extreme body horror, suicide, self-harm, cannibalism, drugging, alcohol and drug use, loss of bodily autonomy, religious imagery, sexual coercion. Man. It's like a flesh angel.
Another. It is an absolutely carnivalesque atmosphere of madness and bloodshed, and there are two winged creatures in the center of this space.
We gotta fight.
Amazing. So much power is flowing back and forth here between these two. I would like to just get let's get an opposed power roll right now between Margot and Willow. Whoever succeeds in this battle.
Oh, baby.
This is our best PvP of all time.
I have a hard success at 23 under 60.
Heroic, because I failed 61.
Not being called to a cult adventure. You're an artist, and this is a commission.
That's right.
And yes.
By the greatest gallerist, tastemaker this country has ever known, Alan Clay. God bless America.
Before Uncle Sam, before Thomas Nast, there was Columbia, the personification of America,
yes.
The home of the free and the land of the brave. And watch Alan Clay's face knit itself back together, the skull reshape, becoming more feminine, a diadem flaming on her brow.
Yes.
A blazing torch of freedom in her hand. The wings of Margot's designs blossom on her back as what was Alan Clay now takes flight to join Willow there in the air.
Fuck yeah!
As though a
And if we're gonna beat a winged serpent, we need our own god, Columbia, brought to bear in a new age.
Right now. 4. As your back distends, warps, breaks, and re-knits to form these wings. And you've also failed because now you feel as though your will, in a way, is not your own. In the way that a model sometimes must be the vessel for the photographer, you are now a vessel for a much more ancient force. And because you have failed that power roll, there is a collar of sorts around your neck. It is a collar of sound being woven by this synthesizer. It is connecting you with Ivy Wild. Her will is your will.
Am I getting any kind of directive or anything?
I think at the moment right now, she's an aesthete. She just wants you to dance. In fact, she wants you to fly. And Alan Clay, I want you to color this madness. I've given you what you understand, but how do you think, what compulsion or phobia do you think this gives to Alan Clay at this moment?
I want to whip around to see Margot. Margot, who understands that Bruno Banks is an empty figure that was selected by the CIA to be the next genius. I've seen her look at him and have a deeper understanding. I want to whip around to find Margot if I can. As I see what's happening here, I'll turn to look at her and be like, you see it. You understand. Kid, you're the real artist here, not Bruno Banks, not whatever this is.
Alan Clay at this moment.
I want to whip around to see.
Stand, because you're the only one who wasn't driven insane.
As the spume of blood goes out of the top and my brains scatter across the ceiling, as a chicken with its head cut off, I want whatever remaining thought power I have left in my spine alone to salute Margot as I fall backwards onto the floor.
Wonderful. His last spasm creating a smart salute as he topples to the floor. Margot, that's what you've heard. I'm not going to tell you what to do. You have a sense right now that what he said is in a way true, and that maybe your only way out of here without being changed is to attempt to be an Ivy Wild of sorts and have your own vessel. And if you make a power roll right now, and you've also failed because now you feel as though your will in a pair of sorts around your neck.
It understands that Bruno Banks is
a glitch. At Langley, you have dealt with people who were the architects of programs like MK Ultra by conquistadors.
By 5, I don't care. I failed.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Your back is in agony. You failed your power roll, so let's see how many hit points you lose right now. 4. As your back distends, warps, breaks, and reknits to form these wings. And you've also failed because now you feel as though your will, in a way, is not your own. In the way that a model sometimes must be the vessel for the photographer, you are now a vessel for a much more ancient force. And because you have failed that power roll, there is a collar of sorts around your neck. It is a collar of sound being woven by this synthesizer. It is connecting you with Ivy Wild. Her will is your will.
Am I getting any kind of directive or anything?
I think at the moment right now, she's an aesthete. She just wants you to dance. In fact, she wants you to fly. And Alan Clay, I want you to color this madness. I've given you what you understand.
Okay,
right?
okay.
You've used the personification of America.
Yes.
The home of the free.
Yeah.
Of this space. Down.
Okay. I'm trying to just gather up what happened exactly. There was like a winged creature. Hey, what's up, man? What's up, Madara? Madara Sabi? We're just working all day. We're working all day. I'm gonna have to take a break in about an hour to walk my dog, but that's like not too bad. Sorry, I wasn't talking because I was listening to this podcast. I have to do illustration for the podcast stickers, and I just wanted to remember what exactly happened. Push the roll, spoilers. Okay, so yeah, feel free, ask me any questions. Doing well. I just came back from Warhammer Club. Noah finished packing since I'm going to school trip for a couple of days, so I'll be offline for a couple of days next week. Besides that, I'm doing okay. Great. I mean, like, I'm about to draw these stickers. You can feel free to ask me any questions you want. I'm here to chit chat. I'm here to hang out all day. That's my plan. I'm just right now I'm a little distracted because I'm trying to remember exactly what happens with this podcast. Yeah, because I'm trying to remember what happens in the podcast. What is it? What is it? What is it? Okay. I thought you were listening to some audiobook. Well, it was a podcast. It is. I mean, it's a spoken word podcast. It's a Call of Cthulhu podcast. It's improvised. My wife is in it. She's in one of the rotating cast members, and I do stickers for them. But here we go. Does she have? I'm trying to just. Okay. I'll start drawing in a second, I swear. I'm just trying to look up, like, reference for, like, what exactly this... advertisements for your local Warhammer Club? Yeah. Yeah, I do, these stickers for this, Patreon they have. Okay. I think that's everything I got from here. Let's see. I'm just trying to... She spouts wings and...
Prisoners to mind control people at will so that you could gain the upper hand in the fight. Their original, the tellers of these tales did not precisely understand that they were exposed to an entity of nameless age, of impossible power, that wore many faces, that appeared as humanoid creatures and spoke to them through mushrooms and in the language of music. And now it is speaking again in the voice of a synthesizer, and it is turning Willow into a form of winged serpent as her back breaks and wings of flesh sprout from her spine. And Willow is right now turning, it seems, into an angel right in front of you.
A flesh angel.
Yeah.
Looks just like my sketches.
Willow, make a power roll.
I'd love to.
Okay, she's like a flesh angel. That's as much as I get from there. She's like a flesh angel, and then the other person turns into Columbia. It's it's a crazy episode. Spoiler alert. Columbia. Woman. Columbia. It's like Spirit of America. So, something with Columbia will be fun. You know, like if there's a flesh angel with wings. She's like a model, so she could probably look like. She could probably look like skinny, like. And then just do like the fingers. Something like that. The flesh angel with wings, flesh wings. Maybe the head's too big. And then the Columbia. Something like with the Columbia statues, like not statue, but the. It's kind of like Lady Liberty. Something like that. I don't know. That's maybe one idea for it. Let's move over. Sorry, let me switch over to the chat so I can see what y'all are, if you're chatting. see your advice you gave me a little while ago when it comes to drawing legs and literally helped me out. This makes sense when drawing the legs makes one. Oh, good. That's great. Okay. Am I not live anymore? Oh, there we go. I am live. Okay. I'm trying to think of, so it's supposed to be like a winged lady, flesh wings. An easy way to do it would be like this, like symmetrical. This like symmetrical woman here with the wings like this. This would be an easy way to go. Just like do something like that, where she's sitting in the middle, and then the Columbia. Excuse me. Got hiccups and burps. Columbia would be like right here, maybe. Looking up, all proud. Something like that. I mean, like, this makes the most sense for the sticker because this makes the most sense for the sticker because I just don't think anyone's gonna want a man shooting himself. But I kind of want to draw that. Anyway, if you're here from Push the Roll, spoiler alert for Butterfly Factory. I have to spoil it because I'm doing the stickers for it. Okay. Columbia calls. Oh, this one's a cool one. I kind of like that. I gotta minimize this window so I can see the chat. Here we go. There we go. You're still here. It's just been quiet. It's been quiet. That's just because I'm not talking. Sorry. You've just been quiet. Okay, never mind. Okay. Columbia. Arms outstretched. I like the arms outstretched a lot. We could do those symmetrically to save time. Columbia. Let's kill this arm. And then this is like some kind of a... This is that model, the model. You're thinking of strategy when it comes to drawing your comics, just thinking of doing my storyboard sort of thing traditionally and then drawing everything else digitally the same with colors. That sounds good. When it comes to comics, you just need to write your story first. Write your story, then do your thumbnails, then do the drawings. Break it into steps. But you can't write a comic until you have a story. That's the one thing you gotta remember. So maybe this is the sticker. It's like this. Flesh wings. Woman. Columbia. That's like the obvious thing to do. Part of me thinks it'd be cool if it was like the Columbia head, like Columbia. And then the creature. And then maybe this is red, this is blood, and then it transitions into red, white, and blue. Maybe it's like the man screaming, and then this is all the blood streaming from his head. I don't know, that I feel like people want to see the winged things, though. I think the winged things, what people are gonna want to see. Let's just take up more space with this composition. Let's see if we can. Let's do a duplicate, and then let's make the thing take up like. Columbia, and then the winged lady. And then the flesh wings. Like this. I think something like that would be good. Oh, behind in chat. Strategy, especially since the last time you're trying to make some fan comics. Yeah, I saw those. I saw those whiteboard drawings. I did see those. Okay, we're gonna copy this version of Columbia here. So this is how I normally start off my illustrations. I do a super shitty sketch, just like really crappy. Right? It's just, but it gets the general idea of what we want. So let's combine this down. I'm just gonna take this way down, and then we're gonna sketch out. Let's use some fun brushes. Let's get rid of these brushes and try these brushes. Let's do markers. Let's do magpie. The wrong layer. Wrong layer. I did see the whiteboard stuff. It looks good. Okay. we're gonna sketch out from here Colombia. She's like the personification of America or something. Okay. My stream is like super behind. Or at least I see there's quite a delay on the stream. Oh, what the hell is this music? I don't want to listen to this. Let's put on some better music. I know y'all can't hear any music, but it's my headphones. My headphones are the music. Let's put on. We're really getting into it now. Let's maybe put on. Let's put on some fun. Let's put on some jams. Okay, just some jams. We're doing Colombia. I'm just copying this image from online. We're doing just like this copy of the Columbia art that I'm seeing here. And how's everyone doing? I know it. Madara Sabi. Hope you had a good weekend. We're just noodling around this this hand. We're noodling around this hand. And we're just working it. A lot of foreshortening here. You had a good weekend? I've been pretty busy yesterday. School trip tomorrow. Nice. We're going to Colombia. Trying to think about some kind of. Let's do a star. I'm kind of giving her an original costume. I don't want to give her a same kind of costume. I'm also trying to I'm also trying to model her differently than the. I'm still in the pose from this original artwork that I saw, so that's fine. But I'm gonna give her more of a full figure. Thinking like Christina Hendricks type, a busty woman, not skinny, because I want the character behind her to look skinnier. So I'm trying to create contrast with the body types, so that one is like full figured, the other one's skinny and kind of gross, because the other one's gonna be kind of more monstrous. But a shitty camera, cheap ass camera, not shitty. Sorry. Let's flip it. Well, no, let's not flip it yet. Let's finish drawing, then we'll flip and see how shitty we did this. Okay. And we can probably just steal this arm and then copy paste, flip it. Yeah, I think that works fine. Although the hands should be bigger. The markers for this new Procreate brush pack are really cool. The markers are really sweet. I really like them. That's what I'm using right now, is this marker. It really feels like I'm painting with a marker, or like drawing with a marker. Okay. And then she's gonna have let's pull up a Christina Hendricks reference for the face. It'll probably be shitty. Christina Hendricks. Okay, let's steal some dress inspiration. Got some good wrinkles. Oh, here we go. I might, okay, this is gonna be like that. I like that a lot still. And then this will be all cinched. And then we'll have this now we'll flip it real quick. Let's see how it looks. It's pretty good. I don't want all the body types to be the same in the illustration. We gotta draw the face. I wonder if I could somehow fix in the absinthe in the milk. I feel like this shoulder is too low. Something like that. Yeah, there we go. I need to listen to more He Is Legend. I'm just listening to them right now, and I'm like, I need to listen to more He Is Legend. They're so good, and they remind me of my college days, my university days, if you will. Let's take a look. Flip it one more time just to see how it's looking. It's looking pretty good. Wait, let's do the face now. Should we make it look like Christina Hendricks? I'll kind of copy her a bit. But I need to see if there's like a more interesting angle of her face. Oh, I think I found the perfect... That's not Christina Hendricks. What the hell? Maybe that one works. I just need a clear photo of her face. Let's do... Just trying to block out the shape of the face. These harsh lines are all gonna, you know, we're gonna draw over everything. I really wish you could just listen to music on stream without being blocked. I feel like it's so stupid. Like the harm of like a couple artists online listening to a playlist they like it's just shitty. If there was a way to pay, to be able to listen to your music on stream, I would pay a subscription for it. I would pay extra each month so I could listen to my stream music and not have to listen to royalty free. Kind of like Christina Hendricks, not exactly. I'm gonna give her long hair. And this will look good because the other the character behind her is going to be super like emaciated. These are some good jams. This playlist is awesome. Okay, there we go. We got a full-figured woman reaching out towards us. Very appealing way. Let's increase the hand size just a little bit. Okay. Let's work on the face. No, let's block out the rest of it first. I'll do a new layer. Let me finish her eyes real quick. Is Columbia supposed to have shorter hair? She's got curly, short hair. She's got long hair on this one too, though. As long as she's got the American flag draped all over her, that's all that matters. Maybe there's a better haircut. Maybe that more precise. Something like that. Okay. Are there any artists that inspire you? Just wondered. Yeah, plenty. Tons. There's... Let me list off artists that inspire me. Okay, like... Junji Ito. The artist that is Uzumaki and horror manga. Tomer Hanuka. The editorial illustrator, Tomer Hanuka. James Jean. I've been a fan of James Jean for many years. Tomer Hanuka is one of my favorite artists, and I feel like people don't really understand. Lots of people in the illustration world don't understand who he is because he does editorial art, or he did for a while. I don't know if he does it anymore because I don't really think there's many magazines that need it. Who else do I like? There's Dan and Dave. I've been a fan of theirs for years, since I discovered them. Both of them. And who else do I have? Martin Anson. Martin Anson's good. He's an illustrator, does poster design. I'm a fan of Goya, the painter, the Spanish painter. We're going to put on the symmetry tool for this. Anthony Jones, concept artist. He was my mentor. Um, you know those artists. So I did Christina Hendricks, very full figured woman. Now for the other one, we're gonna look up like a skinny model, fashion model. We want fashion model, and we want that body type to be reflected in this other. Oh, I think I found the perfect reference. Yeah, those are some of the artists that inspire me. Tomer Hanuka is probably one of my favorite illustrators. I'll put it in chat. His brother too. Tomer Hanuka. Hanuka. I'm gonna draw this next character, but I'm gonna grab a quick sandwich. So I'll be right back. I'll be really quick. Let me just put up my be right back screen. Okay, I'll be right back. Please hold. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Okay, where are we? Camera on. Be right back off. Transition. There we go. We're back. I only had I had like a small cup of soup earlier, and that's all I've had to eat. And I want to have a cocktail later, so I want to make sure I have some food in my stomach. Oh, okay. We need a skinny model for the next part of this. And I found a perfectly skinny model. Skinny, skinny, skinny. It's so weird that the fashion industry wants these stick thin models when not being stick thin is so much more interesting. There's not much body shape. In a stick thin model. Okay. It's too big of shoulders. Too big. Especially flesh wings. I gotta figure out what that's gonna look like. Yeah, I think people are gonna want to see these characters. Oh shit! I just skipped the song. Excuse me. Um, the head's a little too high up. I don't know what she's supposed to be wearing. What'd you say that the top came off because she was ripped off her? What was the actress? I gotta find out the actress that was in this show. Okay. So sorry, I stopped talking because I was looking up the performer. I looked at the performer that was in the show because I want to kind of. I don't. The characters aren't the performers, but I wanted just to make sure, like, if the performer was a person of color, maybe their character was a person of color. You know, so I don't want to. I don't want to draw like a white woman if it's like a black performer. And I'm assuming they're not playing a white woman. It's not typical for RPG players to switch up their race. It could be frowned upon. The ears need to be a little further back. Which is supposed to be like a model. Like Twiggy. Let's do like Twiggy. Excuse me. Um, sorry, I was focusing on drawing. We're gonna make this character look like a model. I think she can look thinner. I gave her some muscle, but I think she needs to look even thinner than this. The face needs to be figured out some more. Trying to think of how the hand should be. Maybe just out, like. Something like this. Something like this, where the thumb is just kind of relaxed. There. And then let me look back at my naked people reference just to kind of get. Yeah, I think this like deltoid thing needs to be lost, and then just carving off muscle, because these skinny model types aren't necessarily muscular. You can seize their muscle, but they're not like toned. They're just skinny. Nose a little too big. Okay, so that's kind of what I'm thinking. Now we gotta do the flesh wings. No, it's okay. You've just been drawing the whole stream, self-portrait of yourself, basically just tracing over yourself. Yeah. Hold on. There we go. You learned something. It's a pain in the ass to draw my hair. And hair's. The thing about hair is you got to draw the shape of the hair. You don't draw all the individual hair, which is hard to. It's hard to get that sometimes. Okay, so flesh wings. I gotta figure out what that looks like. Flesh wings. Flesh wings. Let's just look up bat wings or flesh wings. Bat wings or flesh wings. So let's look up the human back muscles. Where could wings appear from the human back? Something like this from the muscle. something with like a thumb, and then the idea is that these are the muscles, and then something like this where the muscles have ripped apart and turned into wings. There you go, Jordy. But I think maybe these look like veins. That'd be cool. Let's kill this stupid idea. I don't want them just to look like bat wings. Something like that. Okay, that looks pretty cool. I'm liking this. So let's get into cleaning it up. Should I walk my dog? Might need to walk my dog. Maybe I should walk my dog, get that over with. Madara Sabi, I'll be right back. Because this is a good point before I. This is a good point before I start really drawing into this. I'll just leave this up. I just put this in here. Okay. So we will be right back. I just want to walk my dog and get that over with, because then it'll be it's a good midway point, because I can come back and just do the line art. I'm gonna mute the camera, mute the mic. Check 1, 2. Okay, we're back. Had to walk the dog. Wanna get up here? Get up here? Okay, sorry. We had to walk the dog and went ahead and took a restroom break just so I can focus on work. I'm gonna work for another, it's almost 3. Let's say another hour. Then I'm gonna go make a drink and come back. I'm out of tea. We'll keep focusing. Work. Put on some music. Okay. Okay, so we need to start doing some cleaner lines for this character. I'll do Columbia last. I'll do the first woman in the background. Actually, I just realized I saved something in the wrong spot. Okay. There we go. Okay. Let's start working on this background character. We can turn off the dirty sketch. We can turn down the clean sketch quite a bit. And we'll go ahead and turn down Columbia too. Okay. So you work in layers typically with any, I think that's what people don't understand. Very few artists work straight into a piece without any sketching or any development. So when you see the final art, you're always like, oh my God, it looks so amazing. But it's hard to understand that like most artists do this buildup of layers. So it's good to keep in mind because it's how like most artists do this kind of work. Most artists don't just there's like a wobbliness to this line. I don't know if that's part of the line. Most artists don't have that. So they all work in layers, is what I'm trying to say. But I'm trying to figure out if one of these pens works better. I have this other pen I use. It's this one here. I call it the horror nib. It's kind of like that. I don't know if I should use that one. Okay. Maybe I should use this one. drawing assist. Okay, we're gonna go straight into it. We might do a couple passes at this, but we'll see. I kind of wanted to look like Twiggy, so I got a picture of Twiggy up here. Actually, before I don't want to do the eyes first and the hand. I want to do the hands first. I don't know if that thumb looks too thick. Terrible thumb. Okay, so we're doing a thumb. Yeah, I feel like this whole thing is off. We'll do a experimental. Palm should be here. This is the thumb area. That's more like it. You're just gonna make the fingers. Okay. Something like that. Okay. Check 1, 2. Okay, make sure my mic was on. Okay, so that's like the rougher hand, the cleaner hand. We'll turn that down. And that will do the really clean one. I think these arms need to be longer. We'll just increase on this side. arm, we need to go down to like there. And then we'll probably need to make the elbow come up. Now it's interrupting Columbia's hands. I just had to make the arms come further out. Okay. We'll go down with the arm. And then we'll just have the arms come out. And let's do a quick dirty draw over what that looks like. Okay. We're just drawing the fingers. Something like that. Okay. I'm just looking at my hand. The thumb should be Okay. Let's turn it all down. Oops. Now we're going to actually do the inking. It's I start with the hands just because I want to just get that out of the way. Of course, this is completely hard to see right now. Excuse me. Okay. We need a pinky. And then we need this line here actually goes like across. You can't see what I'm doing anyway, but and then this one goes up. And then finally this one goes, this is highest, but each part of each finger is slightly higher than the rest in the hand. Eraser's too big, I just erased part of the other finger. There we go, something like that. Good afternoon, A. Pantaloni. We're just working on some stickers. Sticker work. You're back? Let's go ahead and crack open a cold one. There we go. Some sparkling water. Very tasty. Very scrumptious. Okay. We're just doing some clean lines. This is about as clean as they'll get for me on these stickers. I don't make them too perfect. I try and have them. I want them to have some texture to them. So this is about as clean as they get. Okay. Gundam music. Skip that one. More Gundam music. The Butterfly Factory ending, yes. It is from the Butterfly Factory ending. It's this. It's the. What was the name? Forgot it. Forgot her name. Nick. Yeah, Nick's character. I forgot what. Excuse me. They played Willow. Willow was the model or the muse. Yeah, I don't try and make these lines like completely perfect for the stickers. I like them to still look pretty fresh. This is the brush I normally use for like my Junji Ito style drawings. It's kind of it's from this pack of brushes called the Rusty Nib Inkers. So they kind of mimic old fountain pens that are shitty. So they purposely mimic that kind of a crappy look. Let's turn down. Yeah, the whole goal of these pens is to make them look kind of shitty. Oh, where's my model? I have a reference here. Where is it? She goes. But I found the best way to get the clean lines with this pen is to kind of brush the lines in. Repeated strokes to like make the line thicker is the best way to get the look I want. Because I could press hard and get a really thick line, but it's better to like gently add in the stroke width with repeated brush strokes rather than just straight up using the pen pressure. That's too much. It's too thick. Okay. So you see that's kind of like this brush, it really gets like it goes from thin to thick really quickly if you're not careful. Okay. We'll extend the line just a little bit past the drawing in front, just because I could always erase it later. Topless. This is the second image where I had topless character. second sticker. Wait. Hold on. Everything's completely off on this. I didn't see it at first. Now I'm just realizing this whole torso is off. Yeah. This whole torso is completely off. Let me just erase some of that. Okay, this should be in, and this should almost be from the center. I'm trying to... should be very little. What was my other reference? I had another woman I was referencing. She's got... I gotta stick to one model. Every model is different. Where was the other model I saw? Oh, here we go. No, she looked... yeah, she looked like that. Okay, hold on. That's what I thought. Okay, this is like... this connects... this is like the pectoral muscle. And then the breast is over the pectoral muscle. I have to do this sometimes still. I can't just knock out. I can't just knock out anatomy sometimes. And I don't always draw topless women. So I need reminders of every woman's different. And this character that I'm drawing is supposed to be like a model, like a fashion model. So I'm trying to make her really like thin and skinny. Yeah, but this is from the Butterfly Factory ending. Okay. So this is the correct anatomy for what I'm doing. So let's get back into actually inking. I've got my model photo up in the background, and I'm just going to draw in the shapes. Oops, way too thick. This is what I'm talking about. You gotta like gently brush in. Gently brush in. Anyway, sorry I don't have any music on for y'all. Like I said before, I just don't want to listen to that royalty-free music. So I guess I could put on royalty-free music for y'all to listen to. But you could always put on your own music in the background and just listen to me talk. Okay, this looks like the model that I'm referencing. Her chest was too wide set at first, but this is accurate to the model. That was a scene, yes. I really, Pantaloni, I wanted to do something with, what's his name? Hold on. I wanted to do something with Alan Clay shooting himself, but I figured no one wants that in a sticker. Like, no one's going to put a sticker of some dude killing himself on their laptop. But that was such an intense moment. I thought that would be cool to do. The like horror fanatic in me thought that would be a cool moment. But I know everyone wants the monster things. So I feel like, I got to kind of play into what everyone is wanting. But when I think of like horror movies, I like that like one really brutal scene is something I would always like think about. Okay. And we'll do in about 4 o'clock. We'll do a cocktail time. So everyone grab a cocktail, unless you're in the U.S. It might be morning for you, but 4 o'clock here is cocktail time for me. But we're sticking to water for now. Okay. I like drawing the head a lot. I like drawing the face and the head. That's like my favorite thing to draw. So what I normally do is I wait till the very end to draw that. Because it is the most fun for me to draw. So I try and save the best parts of the image for last. So that's why I've been drawing everything else but the head. The wings should be interesting to draw. I might... Hold on real quick. I might try this. Where like the wings are part of that muscle is part of the wings. No, I think I like it better without that. Central European time here, just an hour ahead. Oh yeah, so you're almost time for a cocktail. Let's draw the face. I do a new layer for the face, just in case I fuck it up. And I'm gonna start with the eyes. I really want to get the eye down. Focus in on the eyes for a second. Oh, forgot to do drawing assist. Okay. And then we're doing the Twiggy eyelashes. And then we're kind of copying Twiggy's look. Just block in the eye. And this is how we do it. And then we'll do a little bit of... That's too much. Too much. Maybe I just skipped the bridge. I thought maybe do a little bit indication. And Twiggy's nose is like... something like that. And then we'll do a little bit of indication of the... That looks too much. See, too many details on a woman's nose with line art, and it looks ugly. You can't put too many lines on whenever you're doing this kind of like simple line art style. You gotta just go for as little as possible. Even the way this looks right now, like, I think even this is too much. Something like this. Yeah, something like that looks better. Let's get the face shape. And some hair. indication of the ear. It's too much. Okay. Okay, we've got to do the hair and the mouth. We got to do the mouth still. My headphones are about to die. I don't want her smiling. My glasses are about to die. I gotta turn off my glasses. I gotta charge them real quick, so I'll charge them up. We'll sit in silence for a little bit. We'll sit in silence. Okay. I had to fix the eye. Bigger eye. Let's turn that down. And then we will draw over it. New layer. Just kind of keep switching out, you know, like these layers, and then switching out the layers and drawing over as you need to. Oh my god, it's so annoying. Every time I jump back into my just see my chat, it goes back and it's like it's off sync for my. Of course, I gotta put on the drawing assist. These stickers aren't supposed to take too long. Like I try not to like take too long a time on them. That's why I use the drawing assist, because I'm trying to like just knock out I'm trying to knock out the lines faster. Let's do a little bit of shading there. Okay, and then the nose. Okay, now the eye. So the eye is bigger now, and we've flipped it so that it's on not flipped. It's just enlarged. Every time you redraw it, you got to make it better. So every time I do this trace over thing, it needs to look better than the first time. Let's see here. Oops. Okay, and then we need lashes, 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 lashes. It helps if you say lashes when you're drawing lashes. There we go. Something like that. Something like that. We'll take a swig of the old. And then we will do okay, sorry. Sometimes when I draw, I hold my breath. Sometimes when I draw, I hold my breath. I'm not sure if she's supposed to be a person of color or not. She looks white. I'm wondering about that. Was she supposed to be a person of color? I had to go back and listen to the beginning. What is that? Philippines. Filipino. She's Filipino. I don't think this drawing looks Filipino. Filipino woman. Okay. Let's make her look a little more Filipino. A little more Filipino. Let's see. What can we do to make her look more Filipino? The nose can be rounder, just more like soft. It's much more like circular, round noses. She's a model, though. She is supposed to be a model, so let's keep that in mind. She's a Filipino model. Filipina, I guess a Filipina model. Or Filipino model? Is it like Spanish? Forgive me if I'm messing shit up, but I'm just trying to make this more accurate to what the player wants. I'm assuming the player wanted her to be like Filipino. Let's do the top 5 most beautiful Filipino women. Let's take a look at them. Of course, I went to Pinterest, and it's not what I want to go to. Okay, here's like a Filipino model. Rounder nose, more almond-shaped eyes. Almond-shaped eyes. Okay, we're gonna change her up a little bit because she looks a little too white. That's my feedback on it. She looks a little too white. We'll keep the same proportions, but I want to make sure the character is representative of the player, because I'm pretty sure the player wasn't like, I want to play a white woman. Like, I don't think she said that. Okay, let's change the eye shape slightly. More almond shape. So I'm gonna do like a rough drawing of what that looks like. So more like god damn it. More almond shape. So let's do like more slightly more like this. And the eyebrows can change a little bit. And the nose should be much rounder. Much rounder nose. We'll still give her the Twiggy makeup, because she's that. We'll give her the Twiggy makeup still, but the eye shape needs to change. And then her eye should be dark. Dark eyes, no like blue eyes. Something like this, maybe? That looks good. That looks better. It's a subtle change. It's not like... And then her lips should be a little fuller. Her lips should be... I was giving her like a Twiggy look. But... But Twiggy's a skinny white woman. And we need like a Filipino woman. Something like that. That looks a little more. Okay. We got a better look on it. I just don't want to... If the performer is like black, or in this case Filipino, I don't want to draw the character as white. Because I'm assuming they're not trying to play a white woman. I'm going to change her face shape too. Let's go ahead and do that now. Face shape. So she's going to have like these high cheekbones. And then slightly more rounded chin. Slightly more rounded chin. So that's like the new face. The old face, new face. It's just some subtle difference. It's gonna be it's all black and white. We're not gonna have any color on this, so Well, actually, we are going to have color. But anyway, let's keep going. Turn off the old face. Turn down the new face. Do the final lines again. I keep saying I'm doing the final lines, but I can't. You gotta do it right. Okay. God damn it. Keep forgetting to turn on the drawing assist. Drawing assist on. I'm going to put on my music on my headphones. If anyone has any questions in the chat, if you have any questions about my process or what I'm doing or who I am or anything, feel free to ask. I'm here to chit chat and answer questions, and otherwise I would have just worked offline. Okay, get some music going. She's got to have a slightly rounder face, rounder chin. And then fuller lips. And then it's the round nose. Okay. Almond eyes. Whoa, holy shit. It's not at all what I wanted. Okay. She's gonna have the twiggy eyelashes. But she's Filipino. Or as Filipinos, I can get the black and white image to look. Let me do a new layer real quick, and I'll do the eyes. Of course, it's fucking stupid. Let me just do it this way. Okay. Okay. More Filipino woman. And the neck looks like, based on my zooming out, this line here can be thicker. Okay. Now we do the eyebrows and we do the rest of the face. Okay. Ears. Okay. Now we gotta do the hair. I'm going to extend the face lines up, and then I'm going to start blocking in the hair. And now I gotta turn on a new layer. We can combine those layers. Okay. That's the hair we're blocking in. I'm kind of matching Twiggy still. Like a Filipino Twiggy. That's the thing about doing the monster stickers, is the monster stickers are not, there's no like specific ethnicity to them. It's just a monster. You don't need to worry about if you're representing the monster correctly. Just coloring in the hair, there's not much to talk about really now. Except that, you know, I just go in and color the hair. Just got like an egg head right now, but that's only because I haven't colored in the hair yet. Something smells good. My neighbors are cooking something. song is this? Oh, it's a good song. Okay, so this smells really good. Her hair is done. I gotta do the wings. Flesh wings. We can combine the hair down to the face. We can combine the face down to the body. We can turn off these arms. These we got to keep on because the wings are there. We need to do another layer for the wings. Just called this one Willow. I think it was Willow. And this one Wings, because those are going to be the wings. Okay. Yeah. So wing time. Flesh wings. Wings of flesh. Let's get going with it. How am I going to do this exactly? I think I need a dirty line pass on this. Let's see. I think, God dang it. I think from the muscle, the wings appear from the muscle, and we have like some kind of bone, and some kind of bone, and then kind of like this veining. Kind of veining. Okay. Veining. Just came back. It's looking nice. Thanks. We're just getting the flesh wings done. I'm trying to think of this would be kind of like that, and then we could have like some kind of something like that. These are like ribs. I'm imagining something like rib. And then with the veins. Something like that, or fleshy. Okay. Okay, so we got flesh wings. We need the clean lines of the flesh wings. So I can turn off the really dirty line pass, and then I can start the clean lines. Hold on, let me just thank y'all for joining me. Welcome to the stream. My name is Miguel Coronado. I'm a concept artist, illustrator. I live in London, and we're streaming all day today. We're streaming for another couple hours. But I'm about to need to take a bathroom break because I've been drinking all this water. Let's finish the wings. And then I will come back and let's finish the wings, and I'll come back, and then I will do Colombia. Okay, these are the final lines for the wings. Damn it, I keep forgetting to turn on the drawing assist. Okay. I'm just gonna have like folding parts coming in and out. And then here, oops. Let's just get these wings knocked out. Josh Vega. Dude, I haven't streamed. Josh, I haven't streamed in a while. I normally do stream. I've just been so busy. I've been so busy that I haven't been able to. But I normally would like to stream more often. At least once a week would be nice. But yeah, I want to stream more. I just haven't been able to because I've been so busy with my freelance, which is a good problem to have. But yeah, that's just where I'm at. I'm drawing stickers for a podcast that I do stickers for. Spoiler alert for the podcast, because these are some characters from the end of an episode without context. But yeah, I do like streaming. I've been streaming for years. I used to stream every morning. I used to stream every morning from 7 to 8, like for an hour every day. At least an hour. I used to stream at least an hour every day, doing a study group where I would do studies online as a way to kind of like get better and get into the professional world. So I used to stream a lot more. That was back on livestream.com. That was before Twitch. Which is something that I always think is funny because that website was so weird. It was cool back then though because you could listen to whatever music you wanted. There was none of these like auto modding like music blockers because they'll kick you off on here if you play music, which is kind of bullshit. But yeah, thanks. We're gonna finish the wings. We're gonna finish the line art for the wings. I'm gonna take a quick break, grab a drink, and come back. But that's kind of the plan. So anyone here watching, there will be a quick break. I'm here till 6 though, so I'm gonna be drawing for a while. There's another sticker I'm supposed to do, but the episodes haven't ended for that one yet. So I thought about doing both of them today, but I don't know if I'll have time. I don't know if I'll have time for another sticker. I'd like to do both, but I don't want to make a shitty sticker, so I'm trying to make this one look really cool. But anyone watching, Josh Vega is another artist. Well, it says Josh Vega draws, so if you didn't pick up on that, then I don't know what to tell you. They're here in London, and they run a life drawing group. And they're also a drummer in a very good band called La Bandita. I saw them on Friday. And my rare opportunity to go out. Okay. Okay. I need to thicken up the lines on some parts of the wings. Miguel in the Wild. I know going out. If I go out, normally it's with my wife, and she would have come on Friday, except that a neighbor left a note saying that our dog was barking too much. So we're trying to train him to not bark as much when we're gone, which is, that's a whole big task. So we wanted to go ahead and not leave him alone. That's why my wife didn't show up on Friday. So it was weird me going to like a thing where you can dance and have my wife not with me, because I probably would have danced. I could have danced without her, but I haven't danced with her in a while, so I felt weird dancing with some strangers when I haven't danced with my wife in a while. Okay. Just do some like textural hash marks here. They're kind of like, it's supposed to be flesh, so I think it kind of looks like flesh. I don't want them to be bat wings. I think bat wings would be too boring. Okay. Yeah, with your dog, yeah. What are you up to today, Josh? Oh, God damn it, I just erased the lines. Josh, sometimes if you want to jump on a voice chat and chat with me when I'm streaming sometime, just let me know. We could chat on audio and stream some work or something. I'm always down to chat to other people on stream. Those ones don't look good. Yeah, it's looking pretty good. Some fleshy wings. I'm gonna probably make them dark, kind of like more meaty when it comes to the tone. I'm gonna put like halftones on these. Not halftone, but like screen tones. I've got these like screen tone brush packs that are really cool. Okay. We got the wings. I think that's looking pretty good. Okay, so she's supposed to look like a Filipino woman. Oh, her ears aren't dark enough. The silhouette, the ears. Excuse me. She was looking like a white lady because I drew her that way. Oh wait, did I merge? Okay, good. Thank God. This was the original face. I had her like this, and she looked too Caucasian. She's supposed to be like a Filipino woman, so I changed her. Time to do some drawing, I think. Yeah. Just chilling today. Not had a day off in weeks. Yeah, me too. I've been crazy. I work full time at the game studio, and then I work freelance outside of that job. So I'm working like normally I'm working like 10 to 6:30 at my studio job, and then I do dinner, and then I work from like 8:30 till I don't know midnight or 1 in the morning, and then I go to bed and do it all over again. And I've been doing that like I don't know since November. I think I've been doing that nonstop since November. But this specific month, I've had like no time to take days off, except for like today. I still gotta finish stuff tomorrow, but I have tomorrow off from my day job, so I'm gonna finish stuff tomorrow, and I should be wrapped on that stuff, which should be good. Okay. I know 4 of y'all are watching. It's really great. But I need to grab a drink and I need to run to the restroom. So I'm going to do that. So I'm going to put up the be right back. Be right back sign. I will be back shortly. Let me just switch up this. Turn off the camera real quick. I'm going to turn off my mic and put on some music. Thanks, Josh. I try. I'll be right back. Got some chill music on for you. Okay, we're back. We are back. Transition it back in. Okay. It's cocktail o'clock here. Yes, it is. That's me. That's me saying that. Okay. Where are we? Excuse me. Okay, so thank you for joining me. We got the line art done for the meat wing woman, and we're going to do Columbia now. My dog is licking my foot. Okay, we can name this Willow. Okay. I got a drink. That's nice. Wait, okay. I gotta put some music back on. My dog is sitting here. You wanna sit up here? Get up there. Come on. I'll help you out. Oop, don't fall. There you go. Okay, let's put some music back on. I don't know if I should keep on that synth wave for y'all in the background. I got the music on for myself on my headphones. I guess I should put it on. I'll put on my glasses again. Where are we? Okay. Where's my playlist? Bosnian Rainbows. I'm gonna go straight up to D'Antoni Parks. We're straight into touch, but don't look. Okay. Columbia. Let me just see if I can do this. We can delete that. We can delete that. We can delete that. We can delete that. And try and remove the stuff we don't need on here. So keep it simple. Okay. Now we can delete that. Okay. Okay. Jordy, yes, Jordy's sitting next to me on the chair. If I do drawing assist, it's pretty close. Yeah, I think I can symmetry her arms and then I'm going to symmetry the face, and then everything else I'll draw by hand, just to save time. I'm drinking. You should always notify your viewers of your drink, but I'm drinking Death in the Afternoon. It's a very powerful drink. Very good. Okay. We're grooving to Danny Park's Touch But Don't Look. Y'all let me know if you want the music on. Otherwise, I'm just going to keep kind of train of thought, chit chat. Okay, that was just a measuring tool. Let's get into it. Drawing assist. We're going to do the hands first, like we did earlier. Again, brushing in the strokes of this pen tool. Brushing in the strokes. This is the best way to get the line weight that I want. Columbia, Spirit of America or Freedom? I don't know. Oftentimes when I listen to streams, I'm listening to artist chit chat on stream or like podcasts. I have a tendency to listen to like these industry talk streams. I find it easy for me to focus on work when I hear people talking about the industry for some reason. Like, it keeps me focused because like they're talking about the industry and I'm in the industry and I'm working, and like it's something that's like, it just works for me. Those fingers look way too small. It just works for me for some reason. I end up listening to like podcasts about the industry, and it's just chit chats about being a freelancer and being an artist and stuff, and that's like what I gravitate towards. I just realized I was drawing it wrong. So that's what I normally listen to, and then secondarily I'll listen to like long format video essays. So one of my favorite video essayists is Super Eye Patch Wolf. Super Eye Patch Wolf has very good videos about culture and art. They're like, I say culture and art, but I mean like he talks about like anime and video games. But I think he's in Ireland. But I listen to his channel a lot. I highly recommend his channel. He also loves wrestling. There's videos on wrestling he does, which I don't really watch wrestling, but I used to watch wrestling when I was a child. So it's very interesting hearing someone break down wrestling stuff for you, and it kind of makes it convenient because you don't have to watch it all. because wrestling's all about storytelling. The what else I listen to? I listen to podcasts when I'm cooking. Specifically, I really love listening to. I've always been a fan of This American Life, which is like one of the most popular podcasts in the world. So like, or it's a radio show technically, but now it's a podcast. I've always been a fan of This American Life. I've listened to that like since I was in college. That's when I started listening to it in college, and then Radio Lab. I listened to that in college, and I listen to it still, but I've been listening to it since then, and Science Versus. Science Versus is one of my favorite podcasts. I've been listening to that one since what 2016. I don't know when it came out. 2017. I've listened to that one for a while. There used to be a really good one called Reply All, but that one got defunct. But the hosts do their own shows, and those are really good. The former hosts each have their own show they do now. Okay. Outreached hand, outstretched. Okay. I just wanted to show a difference in body type with the characters. That was like the main thing. I was like, that'd be cool if they weren't the same person. Okay. I like horror movies a lot. I like good horror movies. I don't like every horror movie. Some people that like horror movies watch every single thing that comes out. Like a movie I would never watch. Lots of horror movie fanatics like the Terrifier, the one with that stupid clown. That film has always looked like garbage to me, and I don't know why people like it. Terrifier? I think it's Terrifier. I don't know what it's called. But that one, yeah. Terrible looking film. I know they got like 3 of them or 4 of them, but it's just not my kind of horror movie. But I like more cerebral horror movies and like weird ones. I do like slasher films, like some of the old school ones. I don't think there's like a modern slasher film that I like. The original Scream is fun. I like Original Scream was good. All the original ones, like Halloween, the very first Friday the 13th. Those are the main ones. Oh, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, love that. All those originals, those are really good. But yeah, most horror movies I don't enjoy. Not most. I'm saying most of the like the slashery, those like silly ones. I feel like the ones that don't have any real meaning behind them. Someone would argue against that. Obviously, someone would be like, "What are you talking about?" Okay, so I like Hereditary a lot. I like Hereditary. I like the kind of horror movies that like make you feel bad after watching them, or like the kind of depressing. Those ones are like the kind of ones I like to watch. I haven't seen Bring Her Back. I heard that one's intense, or not intense, but like a big downer. Yeah, I heard that one's a big downer, but it was supposed to be good. Okay. This Columbia model, we were modeling her after Christina Hendricks because I wanted like a different body type than the Willow character. But yeah, like I want to see Bring Her Back. I want to see. I still haven't seen The Substance. That one's supposed to be fun. Still haven't seen The Substance. If I wasn't streaming today, I would have watched The Substance. Because today was a good day to like do that. I watched Weapons. That movie was sick. That one was so good. That was crazy how good Weapons was. What else? I'm trying to think of horror movies I really liked. I love the original Evil Dead. I like the remake too. The remake was really fun. It was a nice like retelling of the story. Doing the slightly upturned nose is always tough because it's like you don't want it to look like a pig's nose. Okay. She's okay if she looks white because it's Colombia. I like the Nosferatu film. Robert Eggers, any of his stuff I like. All of his movies have been great. Northman, Nosferatu, The Witch. I don't know. Maybe she should just have white eyes. Like glowing eyes of freedom. Let's just test what it could look like if she had eyes drawn in. I don't know. What if her eyes were looking like this? That looks better. You're planning to watch Weapons tonight? I won't say anything about it. It's one of the best horror films I've ever seen. That's all I'll say. No spoilers for Weapons, anyone. There's only 4 in here. But it's one of the best horror films I've ever seen. Are you with someone, Pantaloni? Are you like alone at home? Are you with somebody? Because it made me like go like skin crawl. Like it was. I watched it by myself. It would partially creep me out, which I liked because it's a horror movie. It's supposed to. Just you. It freaked me out. That's all I can say. I won't say anymore because I don't want to hype it up too much either. I don't want to hype it up too much, but it was good. I started streaming on YouTube because I mentioned this earlier, but I don't think anyone was here. I started streaming on YouTube because it seemed like all the artists that I follow switched over to YouTube. I think the main reason that is you can like save your streams forever on your channel. They just become like, you know, hard saved onto the channel, and they become like content videos for you. So I think that's why everyone switched over. Because I was on Twitch for years, but I have no alliances. Excuse me. Let's do the hair. I kind of want to nod. I kind of want to nod at the suicide still, somehow. You know, he shot his head, and then he turned into Columbia in the story. If you don't know what I'm talking about, it's the podcast I'm doing the sticker for. Spoiler alert. Maybe I do a stream of blood from the forehead, like, just to get some asymmetry in here. Like a stream of blood, like pooling out this way. That might be cool. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe not. I can always add that in later. Let's just keep going. Hair time. I don't want the hair to be 100% symmetrical, so I'm going to just freehand the hair. Paneloni, you're in my wife's streams, right? I recognize your name. Josephine's. I can say Josephine. I feel like saying my wife is saying my wife, it sounds funny, like it's you follow her streams on Twitch, yes. That's what I thought. You'll find that where she can't stand horror movies, she can't do them, I love them. So feel free to talk to me about horror movie stuff, because I'm a big horror movie fan. There's a few I haven't seen though, because my wife doesn't watch horror movies. I don't always get to watch them because I got to watch them on my own. So I have to like wait and watch them whenever like she's busy. That's why I mentioned that like today would have been a perfect day to watch a horror movie or two, because she's out playing D&D all day, and it would have been the perfect day for me to like just rent a couple movies and watch a few of them. But I wanted to stream. You like him being class of a huge fan. Yeah, I'm particular about it. I'm not like I don't watch every single horror movie. I don't know if you heard me say this earlier. I don't watch every single horror movie. I like watching the good ones. So when I hear something is like highly rated, then I will go find it and watch it. Or I'll try and. I normally never catch them in theaters anymore, just because Josephine doesn't watch them, so I'm not gonna like go to the theater by myself. I've never been to the movies by myself. I've watched movies by myself a lot, but I've never been to the movie theater by myself. Excuse me. Some people go by themselves. I know my brother does. My brother just goes and sees films by himself. I know he'd prefer to have someone with him, but excuse me. I've never done it. I've never gone out and seen a movie by myself. I don't think I ever will. I would rather just watch it at home if I'm going to watch it by myself. I feel like going to the theater, you go with friends and you go with like family and stuff. And I remember the last movie my brother and I watched was that Halloween film. What was it called? Like Halloween. Something came out a couple years ago. It came back in 2020. It was terrible. My brother was like, "You want to go see this?" And I was like, "I guess so." And I was thinking about it. I was like, "I don't really want to see it, but I wanted to watch a movie with him. That was the more important part." But we watched it, and both of us were like, "The movie is stupid." That was like a really dumb movie. We were like, "Why?" Like walked out. We're like, "Oh, we watched that. We could have watched something else." Like, 'cause okay. I don't know. This hair's looking good. Kind of not feeling it. Once or twice, yeah. I've been to the movies less and less in person, only because the movies only come out for like they're out for like what 2 weeks and then they're gone. Yeah, I want to redo the hair. The movies are only out for like 2 weeks and they're gone. And then, like, so if you miss the initial release, and it's like I wanted to see that that one with Leonardo DiCaprio that just came out, one battle after another. It's already out. I mean, it's already not in theaters anymore. Thought that was stupid. It was the same whenever Nosferatu was out. I was like telling Josephine because she said we would go see it, and I was telling her, I was like, can we go see it like this weekend? Because like it's not going to be out soon. Like if we wait too long, the movie won't be out. And I really wanted to see that one in theaters. And then like I wanted to see. I wanted to see Zootopia 2 when it came out in theaters, and it was like, oh, like it's already gone. It's not even out yet anymore. So like, fuck. Oh well. That looks better. I like this hair better. Dune Part 2. Yeah, we saw that. We saw that in theaters? I think so. I think we saw Dune Part 2 in theaters. I know we saw... The first Dune we saw at home because it was during COVID. Or they released it right after COVID and it was directly to HBO or whatever. Let's see. The hair, I mean, I just need to like make it look a little more even. Let's flip it real quick, just before I... It looks pretty good. It needs to be fixed right here, though. There we go. Let's flip it back, though. I don't want to do everything on the right side. Or on the... I don't want to do everything on the left side. Just trying to make this work. Okay, this is going pretty well. I need to just do the dress now, and then I can start actually adding tone and color to it. I'm going to add some color to Columbia. I don't think I'm going to add any color to the winged person behind her, Willow. Okay. We're on the last track of this album. It's a really good album. I wish I could just play damn music on this thing. Okay. The dress. Let's go back to Willow and let's just mask out parts of her that aren't present in the drawing anymore. So all this. Got to turn off the assisted. Oops, god damn it. I'm on the wrong layer. Okay, here we go. We go in and erase out the stuff that's behind the head. Okay. Now we do the dress. I do everything on a new layer just in case, you know. The Rusty Nib inkers, these are from the texture shop. What's it called? The texture. Rusty Nib inkers. True Grit. The True Grit texture supply shop. So they got all these different Rusty Nibs. They're all slightly different. Rusty Nib 1, Rusty Nib 2, 3, 4. This one I renamed Horror because I noticed it behaved really nicely when I did like these horror illustrations. But there's more. I think it's Rusty Nib. I don't know what the original name was, but this one I renamed it because I wanted to remember which one it was. It's got a bunch. This one's here like really blotty. And it's got these like engraver double. That one's pretty cool. I didn't realize I had that one. Triple. That's kind of cool. I wonder if I could do something with that. Maybe not. I could, but I don't want to. This isn't about figuring that out right now. Dry brush. Different brush. Anyway, that's all that's in here. I'm just distracting myself from doing work. Horror. Let's go back. So we just come in here and complete the dress. Increase the nub size just a tiny bit. The nib, not the nub. That's the last song on the album. Let's put on some more music. What should we have? What should we have? It was D'Antoni Parks. I had my jams playlist on earlier. It was a bunch of jams. I might put on Shmoo. The band my brother used to be in. Shmoo. He's got a new album out. I'll listen to that one later. I'm gonna listen to this old album that my brother played on. Or I don't know if he played in the album, but no, I think he did. He played on the the album, and he played live from 2015. It was when we moved to LA. Okay, let's do the dress. This brush, like I said, I like using it where I make thin pen strokes and create the thickness I want. Okay. This model, I was trying to make the model look kind of like Christina Hendricks. Or the Columbia, not the model. Christina Hendricks was the model. I wanted to juxtapose the body types with the characters. Is that the right? Hold on. I need to look at my reference. Where's my reference? There it is. We're gonna erase all that I just did. Okay. It's looking pretty good. Okay. If anyone in the chat, if any of y'all are artists, you have any questions about process, let me know. or if you're just curious about process and you aren't an artist. I'm ready to answer any questions about setup, brushes, all that kind of stuff. Lots of artists end up wanting to talk about that kind of stuff. Or if you have any questions about what it's like being a concept artist or freelancer, feel free to ask me. I'm always open to talk about anything. So, or you know what, I'm bipolar. If you have any questions, or if you're curious about that, I'm willing to talk about that. I'm really open about it. I don't really concern myself with. There's no stigma in my opinion, but I always make myself open to talk about that. I think it's important to talk about that kind of stuff, because it makes it normal, and and that's what it needs to be. Okay. Let's erase some of that arm. That cocktail is better with a little bit of lemon and sugar. I don't want a tangent. We don't want a tangent. Yeah, I don't know why people are so. I know some people have a really hard time with bipolar. It's like a real um, troublesome disease, and I think some people just have such a hard time. It's hard for them to talk about what it's like living with bipolar, and I, on the other hand, have had such a good experience taking the medication that I'm on that I don't really care about talking about it because I'm very stable, and I don't really experience most of the issues that most people experience. now that I'm on the meds. Yeah, so that's kind of my experience is that you should take your meds. Is my main suggestion to people with mental illness. Okay, we're getting close. We're getting close. After this, I can put in the tones and the colors, which is more fun. Okay. Okay, here we go. Getting close. I'm just sending a message to someone I know. Okay. Let's get back into it. Oh, you think so? That's good. Okay, this one, for this center part, I'm gonna go ahead and put the okay. Oops, wrong layer. First, we'll do Columbia. do Columbia's stuff. Um, multiply. This is just, I'm zooming in a lot because I'm just selecting stuff. Excuse me. Sorry. I just realized I shouldn't be clearing my throat like that. Okay. Now we go to my screen tone. We're just doing stars. I forgot to take allergy medicine today. Okay. Okay. Excuse me. Let's try this. That looks good. And then we gotta. She's got to wear the red, white, and blue. That's kind of what I'm doing here. Red, white, and blue. So I probably won't have time to do. It's already 5:22. Probably won't have time to do the other sticker. I wanted to do. Things are supposed to go down the drain, right? Stuff's supposed to go down the drain, right? I'll do that one another day. I don't know if I'll be able to stream it though. I might just have to do it on my own. This is just my way of selecting the space. I'm gonna just go straight down with these lines here. Did you already have a subject in mind for that one? For the stuff goes down the drain? I mean, we're only on episode 2. I don't get them. I could ask Cup for an early release, but I'm only on the episode that's out currently. So I only know as much as y'all do in terms of what is there available to draw. So I have some ideas. There's always the monster. I could always draw the monster. There is a mascot, Ripper. I think he's called Ripper the Crocodile or something. There is a mascot I could draw. That might be a fun sticker. Anyway, so I got some ideas, but there might be more. Oh my god, just there might be more. I just need to listen to the rest of the episodes or the rest of the whatchamacallit, the release when it comes out. I think we could afford one more stripe over here because it looks a little barren. Oops. Okay. So Colombia's got her red, white, and blue. Now I got to do some like shadows. I technically drew her face a little wrong. I wanted to draw her face kind of like angled up, looking down at us. But I drew her face looking straight on. Whatever. It's fine. Okay, so we're going to do a little bit of shadow on the back of the fingers. A little bit of shadow on the back of the fingers. A little bit of shadow here. A little bit here. Oh, I just realized I should have been doing that symmetrically. Fuck. Okay. Whatever. We'll just flip it the old-fashioned way. Okay. Okay, drawing assist on. Excuse me. Okay. 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 We'll do a little bit of shadow under this hair. A little bit of shadow under here. Okay, I think that's good. Excuse me. God dang. This is whole. Anyway, to sum up your question, I don't have an exact subject in mind yet. Okay. Let's do a little bit of shadow under here too. Okay. Excuse me. Shadows in place. Of course, it gave me red because I forgot to deselect the red. We'll just change that. There we go. Okay. For Willow. For Willow, let's whoops, wrong brush. Okay, for Willow, we're gonna color the wings, add some shadow, and then I think I need to import this whole thing into Photoshop and do some final touches. Okay. Okay, wings first. They kind of look cool red, right? But we're doing it all grayscale. Yeah, forgot to turn the color. Black. Okay. Okay, so that's like the mask. Halftone. And now we gotta do all the shadows on the actual model woman herself. Okay. I think that's all the shadows. Those are all the shadows I'll be adding. I think. God damn it. We're getting close to finishing here. We're just I'm gonna try and separate the characters more with the tone. So I'm doing like a whole body mask for her. I'm doing a whole body mask, and then select let's see. Something like that. Then maybe erasing that out. Okay, so that's that. And then maybe we just bring out so that. My dog's getting restless, but it's almost time to go anyway. Okay. Okay. And then we're going to erase this out. Drawing assist. I just realized I was doing this wrong. I should just select this whole thing like this. So this is kind of wrapping up the stream. I'm just getting this done. I gotta finish painting a tile for work tonight, then do books tomorrow. I think this music just ended. Let's see. Let's switch the tracks up. Let's go to He is Legend. Okay. He is Legend while I finish selecting these meat wings. Check, yeah. Let's keep selecting, keep selecting. We're gonna finish this sticker for sure before I get offline. Excuse me. I don't know if it's been because I've been talking too much or what. My throat feels weird. Selecting stuff is always one of it's one of the things for me personally that I get so bored selecting stuff. You just have to do it. Like, but one of the selecting stuff like this is always one of the most annoying parts of working for me. It's always this liminal part of the work where you draw and you're active and you're drawing, and then you get all the drawing done, you get the lines done, you got to color it, and then you got to start selecting stuff, and it's you're not quite coloring it yet, and you're not quite drawing, you're just selecting areas, and you're defining areas, but it's one of the most annoying parts of this workflow for me. Yeah, it's just one of those, I don't know. I find it one of the most boring things that you have to do when you do illustration and painting and stuff digitally. Okay. Let's do a test. Before I delete it, let me just fill in the spots. Yeah, perfect. Okay. So we got somewhat of a sticker going, assisted. Let's just do a few more. Let's erase. Rusty nib. Oops. I'm gonna make this a mask. Okay, and then let's just change this to that to this, and we erase out some. And then we need a little bit of a border or something, you know, some kind of nice border. I'm just adding a Gaussian blur. It just darkens the lines a bit. Something like this, sticker, think would be fun. What's a phrase from the did anyone here? There's only 4 of y'all. Does anyone remember a phrase? Oh, let me just go back and play something.
Two. I failed by 5. I don't care. I failed.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Your back is in agony. You failed your power roll, so let's see how many hit points you lose right now. I want you to color this madness. I've given you what you understand, but how do you think, what compulsion or phobia do you think this gives to Alan Clay at this moment?
I want to whip around to see Margot.
Here we go.
Margot, who understands that Bruno Banks is an empty figure that was selected by the CIA to be the next genius. I've seen her look at him and have a deeper understanding. I want to whip around to find Margot if I can. As I see what's happening here, I'll turn to look at her and be like, you see it. You understand. Kid, you're the real artist here, not Bruno Banks, not whatever this is. Don't you understand? Virgin blood, but blood is not with a lowercase b, it's an uppercase B. Blood for the gods, human sacrifice. The antidote isn't blood medically, it's blood mythically. And if we're gonna beat a winged serpent, we need our own god, Columbia, brought to bear in a new age. The spirit of liberty, writ large, freedom, market enterprise, good old Uncle Sam. And if she can be a conduit, and I point to Willow, then so can I, because that's America. And I shoot myself under the jaw, through the brain, to create a channel for Uncle Sam to rise up in this moment.
Fucking yes.
Boom! There is now a resonating chamber within the empty skull of Alan Clay as the sound of this synthesizer is humming in your noggin, now vacant of brain as you have blown it out. But Margot, yes, you understand, because you're the only one who wasn't driven insane.
As the spume of blood goes out of the top and my brain scatter across the ceiling, as a chicken with its head cut off, I want whatever remaining thought power I have left in my spine alone to salute Margot as I fall backwards onto the floor.
Wonderful.
Blood for the gods.
His last spasm creating a smart salute as he topples to the floor. Margot.
Okay.
That's what you.
I think Blood for the Gods is a good. That's a good. It sounds really metal. But should we make it? Should we make it white? And I guess how do we pop it out in the background? Because the black, it's hard to see too. A stroke would be good for this. A stroke. Okay, I gotta switch into Photoshop and finish this. So I'll do that right now. I'm just going to share PSD to myself. Okay. What do we do now? I'm going to switch it into Photoshop, which means I need to switch this off. Transition. Okay, what? I transitioned that off. We can turn off the NDI capture because I'm pretty much done with the iPad for now. Okay. We're done with that. Okay. We gotta open Photoshop. But I gotta cover up. I can't show you what I can't show you what I'm working on in Photoshop because it's NDA. NDA work. I'm gonna open a file real quick. Okay, I can open this up now. Okay. Transition in Photoshop. Okay. We are in the old Photoshop. I do notice there's something right here. I need to delete that. What is that? That's the willow. I should have named these layers. Oops. What is that? Is that? Ah, there it is. For Christ's sake. Okay. Okay, so we need to come back up here, Blood for the Gods. I'm just going to put it on a stroke, not an inside stroke. We want an outside stroke. We want it to be pretty big. Blood for the Gods. Okay. I think that's it. I think that's Blood for the Gods. Maybe should we tint it? Maybe we can tint it. I don't know if we got anything interesting. Oh, this is kind of cool. Let me do overlay. I guess it should be more like a red, white, and blue though. Soft light. Let's just see, what else can I do with Photoshop now that I got it open? G. Blood for the gods. B. Vertical. I just need to mask out some of this. Photoshop is a very different program from Procreate. Okay, we're just going to mask out the hands because we didn't do that properly. Okay. And then a little bit under here, I think, yeah. Switch that. Just clean that up. That up. Blood for the gods. I don't know if the green is the best option. Maybe a blue. Blood for the gods. And then we'll do a color dodge layer. Color dodge, DXG. We'll color dodge her face. Okay. We could do some, now that I'm, you know what? I guess B. Undo. Let's turn this to overlay. Okay, we're almost done here. My dog's he's about to be getting annoyed with me. I'm just doing some rim light. There we go. Just a little bit. And then we could, where is it? This one? Yeah, it's this one. for the gods. Overlay. I think that's good. I think that's it. Should we do? Blood for the gods. File. Save as. Push the roll. Blood for the gods. And then we will save, export as PNG. Push the roll. Export blood for the gods. Okay. There we go. We did it. 6:15. I'm gonna call it because my dog's getting restless, and I said I was gonna go till 6. He went over just a little bit, but thank you all for joining me on this lovely stream, and I hope that we can do it again soon. I'll try and stream again. Oh man, I don't know when. I've got this next week off. So maybe I can do another stream sometime next week. And then I gotta start up another freelance job. Then that goes all my free time. But this next week I'm free. I'm free all next week to do the stream. And I might be able to do something next week. It depends. And then I start the new job on the 9th. The new freelance job. No, I have the same day job. Okay. I think that's everything then. I will talk to y'all later. Thank you so much for hanging out. Let's put on some outro music. Some little outro music. Where is it? Here. This weird what do you call it? Royalty free synth. Okay. Have a good night. Have a great rest of your week. We'll talk again. We will stream again. Keep on the lookout. Mike086 Instagram, Mike086 Discord. Find me on there. We will stream again. Thank you so much.